adventure playlist. It's just got all sorts of like fantasy themed RPG tunes on it. It's like, it's really cool. Just checking my levels here. Checking the all right, looks like camera's good. That's fine. All right, what's up, gamers? Hello, Starborn, and how the hell are you, internet? What's new on the internet? Well, I'll tell you what's new. Well, Sloop Gaming, baby. You know what I mean? We bring a fresh perspective every single time that we go live. Just the good shit, not the bullshit. And listen, I've been telling everybody you know, about my experiences with Throne of Liberty, and I actually had a real I had a real interesting conversation the other day, just going over specifically how your time is valued on Throne and Liberty, right? And I don't think it is. That's my opinion. I don't think the developers value your time. I think they're not interested in putting systems in place that provides a rewarding grinding experience. I think they want to just code everything so the drop rates are so abysmal that they just want to funnel you into the shop and have you swipe. Now, I'm not saying that a pay-to-win business model is a bad thing, okay? But the premise of it should be pay for convenience. It shouldn't, the game system shouldn't overtly funnel you into the shop. And it does it the two-pronged way, because A, the general drop rates for everything are abysmal, okay? And number two, the best way, considering the drop rates, when you do get a drop, it's more prudent for you as a player to extract that trait and sell it, and then use the lucent that you earn to purchase traits in the market to then level up your gear. Now, some might say, well, you know, it is what it is, that's the system. But I'm one who enjoys playing a game where the loot that I get, I'm directly using it into my kit. Or if I'm extracting the trait, I'm using it like in my kit. I'm not bringing it to market to sell it, to purchase something else, to take advantage monetarily off of somebody else's more fortunate RNG, right? Does that make sense? You know, I want to play the game, I want to get drops, I want to use the drops, and I want to fulfill that power fantasy. So today we're actually going to look at, we're gonna go into my character, we're gonna pick something to like target farm, a weapon, a growth stone, whatever, and we're gonna see like how enjoyable is the experience. We're gonna comment on it, we're gonna see how much time it takes, and at the end of the day, I mean, I think I know what my answer is going to be. I've sunk, you know, over 150 hours into this game, you know, but it doesn't mean like it's the criticisms that I have doesn't mean that I'm going to stop playing. I just want to say that it just means I'm not going to be playing it as intensely as I have like when I first started going through the campaign, which was absolutely magnificent. But once you hit level 50 and you realize it's like a crash course in reality about how painstakingly difficult it is to actually progress organically in the game. All right, and it's an MMORPG. I understand grinding and the time commitment, you know, but I think a lot of people expect, even on the casual player, which is predominantly the people who play games. I don't think that there's enough. There's not enough. There's not enough buff or excitement around the drop rates to either earn, and then when you do get it, actually use it in your kit to motivate people to really dial up, dial in, and like invest themselves heavily into the game. It also leans heavily on PvP, even though like in the open world, the only time you're subject to PvP is, which seems like it always is like these open world bosses. It's always a fucking conflict zone, which designates it as PvP, right? So like the timing for like an open world peacetime boss where you don't have to like deal with people playing PvP and getting eliminated, like you're just there to like fight the boss and have fun, right? You don't want to fight other people. You know, it's almost seems like there's not an opportunity for it, you know? Like you literally have to schedule your life around around finding like the right moment to find a peacetime boss. Now, I know in the open world dungeons, they've implemented like a direct teleport, so you can avoid the conflict zones and go right to the peacetime boss, right? So like, that's good, right? You know, kudos, hooray, you know? But for a game that like, I don't understand, especially in MMORPGs where the balancing for like competitive PvP, it's so unattainable, you know? And like in any game, there's always a meta, there's always a featured item, weapon. If you don't have it, you're at a disadvantage, you know? But my gut just screams, and again, prove me wrong, show me the data otherwise. And again, we're playing Throne of Liberty today. The majority of people that are playing Throne of Liberty are not PvP players, man. I said this when I played Destiny for years. It's like, they lean so fucking hard on PvP. They'll change things because of PvP. No one's playing fucking PvP. You know, the majority of players that log on don't care about PvP. So, you know, show me the data that suggests that I'm wrong, that proves that I'm wrong. You know, I don't think I am. And I'm not saying like don't play PvP and don't enjoy it. It's just the reason I can't like go 5th gear in this game is because of this emphasis on the PvP experience, because of the interruptions that happen when it turns night, or people that are able to like, you know, turn on an eclipse and make the area a PvP zone. Like to me, that's just like a turn on. Like, it's cool if you're into PvP, you know, but for me, I'm not, you know? And I don't want to hate on the PvP experience. I just strongly feel, and again, prove me wrong, right? Show me the data otherwise, okay? That the majority of people, like, if PvP was cut in half in this game, not only would you see higher player... If PvP was cut in half and the drop rates increased, not only would you see higher player retention, but I guarantee you, all those PvE players would be more willing to actually swipe and pay money in the game to get skins and cosmetics and what have you. That's my opinion. Prove me wrong. Show me the data otherwise. And also, like, I know it's part of like the gaming experience to figure out the settings, but they should really just have like a default setting for PvP. In the latest event, just with like, I basically have the default settings on, it was unplayable. I couldn't even move. It was like 1 frame per second. I got a very strong computer, you know, and I wasn't streaming. I think I had OBS up. It was just running in the background, but I wasn't streaming or recording anything. And it was just that and the window for the game, and maybe like another like just blank window. You know? So that was disappointing. And I had someone's like, well, you gotta do your settings. I'm like, why would I like change all my settings for like one thing? You know? I'm not even into it. So, hey, you see me put these glasses on. These are from Gamer Advantage. I highly recommend them. I'm actually not sponsored or affiliate yet. If you're watching out there, Gamer Advantage, I'm in your area, baby. DMs are open. These glasses are straight up game changers. If you get a lot of screen time like I do, whether you're gaming or working, wearing these, working, gaming, couple hours, you take them off, they're game changers. It's night and day, the stress on your eyes wearing these as opposed to not. I swear by them now. They're fantastic. And what's just like my other sponsors and affiliates, SpacePanda Delta, Snacks for Gamers, GLYTCH Energy Drink. If you're watching on Twitch, just use command Snacks, Panda, or GLYTCH. If you're watching on YouTube, just look in the description below. Use code SLOOPGAMING for a fantastic discount. All of that stuff. If I don't promote anything unless I find value in it, and even more so, I actually use it. Right? I'm transparent. If I'm not actively using it, finding value in it, I'm not here to promote it. So, you know, take that to the bank. Check it out for yourselves. Gamer Advantage, Snacks for Gamers, GLYTCH Energy Drink, SpacePanda Delta. So, use code SLOOPGAMING for a fantastic discount. And shall we begin with Throne of Liberty? See what's up. At first, I'm just going to kind of go through my daily motions. I'll go through my shopping list. If I'm like real heavy on contract, we'll do that. I think one of the things that we're going to focus on is doing the co-op dungeons, because as you do these co-op dungeons, you get these coins, and as you save up the coins, even if you didn't get a drop from opening the chest at the end of the dungeon, you can use those coins to open up a chest that has all the items, and you can select which one you want. So like that's a very good system, but let's just see how involved it is to get all those coins. Here we go. Okay. All right. First of all, let's visit our amateurs. Get these little buggers going. So for those new players out there, or even those that have recently started and you're still trying to, you know, kind of figure things out, these amatoys are very valuable while you're playing, while you're, you know, AFK or you're offline. You send them on a mission, different zones. You can see what the expected rewards are. Well, here, actually, we got to go here first. So we can claim the rewards. Boom. I primarily been focusing right here just for Vassalt, because going into the open world and like farming crabs and shellfish for salt, you want to talk about an abysmal drop rate? It's fucking horrible for salt. I don't get it, but you can see, like, look, and it's taken me forever to, like, you know, here's Stone Guard. Here, let's put him here. Well, see, I don't have really, they don't really do it. So this, like, arrow right here, you get an extra benefit. So these two dudes. No additional benefit. But here, you know what? For shits and giggles, we're just going to throw them on here. And we're just going to let them hang out for an hour. We'll see what happens. But obviously, the more Amatoys that you have with the check mark going up, the greater the yield of the resources when they farm it. So this is the little Amatoy home. And these things are cool, man. This is like one of the things I really like about the game. I like these little pets. And if you go to the Amatoys, right? Let's see here. So you can see through the lithograph book, through the PAL synergies, you can see all the buffs that you get. This is through PAL synergy. Right, so 0.5 XP bonus. And we get an extra 0.1% from these amount effects, right? And you click on here, how to get it. Moonlight Desert. So those are the things that you want to focus on, right? Battle Pass. But as you can see, mastery bonuses. So you want to collect, and I haven't focused on this as much. It's just kind of organically letting it drop. You know, if you want to get a bump to, if you want to help the drop rate out, this is one way to go about it. Okay. Item chance, solemn, you know. And I've gotten quite a few already. Like here's the Obsidian Knight. Why does it do that? Obsidian Knight, not collected. How do I get it? You only get this guy from Cornelius, which is a Boss 9 contract. This is a very cool boss. So that's how you use the codex, right? All right, let's get out of here. go to Stone Guard. Stone Guard's like your one-stop shop past level 50 for everything. I don't think I need to visit her.
Is watching over all things.
You're welcome to have a look around.
Contract coin.
Still have a wide assortment. Choose as you will.
Actually, we don't have enough, so we gotta do some contracts to get those.
Crafting materials? Leave them here.
Are you well prepared?
Sundry merchant. So listen, I mean, me every day, that every time I log in, I just get 10 of everything. Doesn't cost a lot. You definitely want to get the ones with the daily limit, right? And then we'll get a couple world leaves.
If you need any materials for
Guild merchant.
items for your guild members.
So I always get the crystals. I always get the box. I always get those. The trait conversion stones for sure. Get those. Use this to craft the sterilite, which gives you extra damage. And then, yeah, we'll get a couple of these. You know, what is this? An antidote that treats Queen Belladeer's venom fully neutralizes the venom in the bloodstream. Yeah, we'll do that.
It's exhausting to work at the castle.
I haven't even fought her yet, so. Alright, so we got that.
See you next time. Have you forgotten anything?
Friend, have you got crafting materials? Leave them here.
And then we'll just dump everything there. And we're good to go. Okay, so we're good here.
If you need any materials for battle, go take a look.
What's up, chat? Twitch chat, YouTube chat?
You there, adventurer.
Alright, so let's look at our character here. So here's baby girl. So let's just say we want to focus on getting some growth stones. We want to get these up, right? So this is at an 8, this is at a 6. We also need traits. Okay. We also need traits. We need traits for everything. Okay. So if we go here and we want to level up, let's say I want to level up here. Like, I need precious armor growth stones. Well, how do I get precious armor growth stones? Well, in the secret dungeons, 4, 10, 11, 12, like, they'll drop for you. Okay. All the way to 420. So 10 and above, you'll get it. Or you craft it. Or from the codex, you get it. But the codex is one and done. You can't go back. So I'm not really going to like worry about the codex. But where can you actually farm them? So hunt-wise, the only place is secret dungeons. Just to get them straight up. Right? Or you craft them. So here's the armor crafter. Go to the bag. Precious armor growth stones. Now you can see magic powder, the polished crystals, right? But the big thing here is the Stalin, because if you want magic dust, like, I can get extra magic dust, no worries, right? There you go. I just made 31 of them. Okay. So I'm setting myself up to get, like, basically I want 100 of the armor growth stones. Now, if you have rare armor growth stones, you can basically 5 of those as one, right? But if there's other gear that you're leveling up for other characters and kits, you really don't want to be tapping in. You really don't want to use your other growth stones unless you absolutely have to. I feel that the focus of your farming should be on the materials to craft the precious armor growth stone. Now, the biggest obstacle for me is getting this precious Stalin, okay? I'm not, of course you can buy this shit, but how do you acquire it? So you can get this, right, through these open world dungeons, right? So here's Sanctum of Desire. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 enemy types, all on level 1. Seems to be the best route to just to farm for these growth stones. Okay. So remember that, Sanctum of Desire. But you can only access Sanctum when it's raining. Which is like fine, you know, like you want to gate it like that. I think it's bullshit, but hey, that's just how the game plays out, right? But I've done it. I farmed it for like 2 hours, and I just feel like the drop rates for all this stuff, it's just bad, man. It's just bad. Where else can you go that has close to like 6 different? So here's Silius Abyss on the 6th floor. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So on the 6th floor of Silius, which is open 24/7, you can farm it as well. So 1st floor Desire, 6th floor of Silius. Now there's a bunch of different options in Shadow Crypts, but they're on different levels, so you don't want to really be hopping between levels, in my opinion. So keep that in mind, because that's what we need to do. We need precious Stalin. Right now, if I wanted to make precious Stalin, I would need rare Stalin. Well, where do I get rare Stalin from? Okay, so you get them from this arch boss. You can get it from these guild raids, right? Rift stones, which is PvP. Abyssal contracts, right? But let's say you don't have any contracts. You don't want to go in PvP. You can only do the guild raids once per week. The arch boss. Only comes out during an event. So you need to hunt. And where can this rare Stalin just randomly drop from? These type of bosses. So what area? Right? So Grey Claw, 1, 2. So look, it's just, there's not enough enemies. There's not enough accessibility. And if you do target farm any of these, it's it just, the drop rate is bad, man. Don't craft use. Hey, what's up, Dro? Don't craft using that T3 stone. Craft your growth stones with the T1 version of yellow. The T3 stone makes something special. Craft the growth stones with ore. You get those from resist contracts. There's a switch option in the recipe.
Regret coming here. I'll make sure of that.
Like this? I see. He's all right. For growth stone. Wait a sec.
Glad you're here. I'll make you the best armor in all of Cilicia.
All right, so I'm aware that you can switch the items, but my whole premise of what I'm saying today on the stream is that regardless of what you key in, the drop rates are abysmal for anything. But I'm just curious as to like what I had stockpiled that is an option for switching. You can make ore. Right, yeah, so we went over the options for that. So what do you, I don't understand what you're trying to say here. So if I want precious armor growth stone, you're not saying look at precious armor growth stone? Like you can refresh the list to target Yellowstones. You mean instead of precious Stalin, something different?
You won't regret coming here. I'll make sure of that.
So if you, these are the other two options. Hover over precious and you can see what it makes. You're talking about the precious Stalin, correct? This? Right click? View usage? Okay.
You won't regret coming here. I'll make sure of that.
Precious armor growth zone? Save that mat for lithos? Yeah, so this does this, this just brings you to, instead of going through all that, you just click on the bottom one and it's 5 rare armor growth stones to be 1 precious armor. So the blank lithograph for armor, you feel like save the precious Stalin to make the lithograph, save the stalins for lithos and puri stone. So, with that being said, you're suggesting that the most efficient route to craft precious armor growth stones is by using rare armor growth stones? Right. So like you're by you coaching right now, like you're proving my point exactly. Like you could see how limiting this game is in giving you the resources required to craft things efficiently, especially as a casual player. Right? So like I don't know when you tune in, but I'm basically looking and having a discussion. What is the best way to go about crafting precious armor growth stones? Okay. Now you're saying don't use precious stalin, right? So I can go an alternative item, right? I can select an alternative item to craft it, which is precious stalin ore or precious process stalin. Switch to ore and craft the ore. Okay.
You won't regret coming here.
I recall trying this in the past, but we'll give it again. So how do you acquire ore? So just like we were highlighting before, it can come. I don't believe it's a guarantee. It's just RNG if it comes from Death's Abyss or any of these. But, you know, you're committing yourself to at least 15, 20 minutes for an RNG chance, right? Same thing with the contracts. I don't believe there's a guarantee with any of the contracts, but the contracts really don't take a lot of time. And I don't believe that when you do get them in the contracts, that the amount that you get is to me is satisfactory. I think they need to increase not only the drop rates, but the amount that you get per drop.
You won't regret coming here. I'll make sure of that.
Yes, I'm familiar with the Abyss tokens. I'm familiar with the 20,000 max. Blue stones from resist contracts plus open world dungeon drops. Right. So I've always felt, right, and this is the hill that I'm on, that if you don't directly get a precious stalin ore, right? So let's say we wanted to craft it, right? Precious stalin ore. Okay. So in order to craft precious stalin ore, we've already saw the ways you can directly get it, right? No yellow for armor. I don't understand what you're saying. No yellow for armor.
You won't regret coming here. I'll make sure of that.
Right. So I'm also familiar with how it's sequentially you can craft up, right? I'm familiar with that. And like conversely, you can dissolve it and it'll dissolve into its lesser form. I don't know if there's a penalty in that. But again, so for example, if we want to see how do you get this, okay? So the ant nest looks very popular. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So far, out of everything that we've seen, the ant nest offers 7 different enemy types where it could drop for you. So I think that's like the biggest pull so far that I've seen in game.
You won't regret coming here. I'll make sure.
There's a lot here for Silius Abyss, but you have to jockey between the 3rd and 4th floor. So again, with Sanctum, we said Sanctum had 6 for the stones. Right. So I'm familiar that they drop from there, right? So I'm basically just trying to showcase how somebody goes about getting the information to see. But at the end of the day, with the knowledge that I know, and then actually spending an hour to 2 hours of my valuable time in like farming an open world dungeon and doing contracts on top of it, when you look at the loot acquired at the end of it, at least so far in my experience, it doesn't feel rewarding or satisfactory enough for the time that I invested in it, right? True. Now, if you remember, Dro, when we first started playing, I said, when I was first looking at the crafting system, I said any reward contract, any resistance contract that we select, especially when we're swapping, you should always get the ones with the stones, because at the end of the day, those stones are going to be the most powerful or the most useful because of crafting things. Growth stones equal open world dungeons plus target farming to resist contracts. Very well said. Very well said. So I'm just trying to see like what's a big bang for the buck here. Tracker, Guardian, Pyromancer, Hydromancer. Geo. See, you also see like the moonstones that you get, you know, that you I don't really see these dropping a lot from the fucking moonstones, man. Maybe it's just my bad RNG, but I'm always getting some like bullshit. And the Mystic Keys, yeah. The rewards from the Mystic Keys, I feel are fine, but it's like gathering shit, like I'm not really like gonna like lose sleep over bad RNG from, you know, mining. Like for me, that it is what it is. I don't care about the lithograph book. That's like one and done. I just want to focus on. And then, you know, you do your daily shopping from the contract coin merchant. It would be interesting, instead of like, if each area you could hit up the merchant. I think that would be a good addition, right? Like, because the contract coin merchant, instead of like I go to the one in Laslin in Castleton, if I get item X, if I then move over to Stoneguard Castle or Vienta Village, then it's blanked out. I can't buy it anymore. But what if I was able to hit all 3 up? You know? I'm just trying to think of a way that, okay, they're like, if the devs say, if the devs give me a call right now, like, Sloop, we're not gonna we're not going to increase the drop rates. Go fuck yourself, right? I'm like, okay, fine. But so what else can you do to like value my time, right? Because I'm speaking on behalf of the majority of player base that's a casual player that can't afford the time sink of, 8 to 10 hours a week to invest in your game. It's just not realistic. And they're not willing to swipe either. So are you basically saying go fuck yourself, this isn't a game for you? Or do you want to entice them to play and enjoy their playtime and feel their time is valued? And then regardless of the amount of time that they play, that they could feel compelled to swipe because they're enjoying the experience and they want to enrich it further because they see a cool skin and that makes them feel good. Like, I don't know. I just think that's a better business practice, especially from a public relations standpoint. Just because you're listed as an MMORPG doesn't mean that you have to be a greedy fuck, man. Like every fucking game doesn't need to be like ultra fucking try hard, and I need to know life it, and I need to have like a fucking PhD in how like internal systems work to, just to fucking level up on a consistent basis. Now, the opposite side, the opposition to my argument is it is what it is. And like everything that you and I just discussed, Dro, everything that we just discussed, like you just need to be patient and allow the process to happen, and then eventually you'll level up. But unfortunately, as we're going to see as we play, right, because we're showcasing this today, that for the casual player, that's not good enough. Because if they just allow the process to happen, if they just drink the Kool-Aid and like, oh, this tastes great, then they're going to wake up like in the springtime before they get to like power level 3000, The Halloween event did drop hella straight up growth stones, but that's an event. And I think the Halloween event was fine, I mean, running that dungeon got a little exhausting, but I still enjoyed it, that was a good event. There was a lot of boons from that event. I'll give it that. But I don't really want to talk. I just want to talk about the core systems in the game and focus on that. Ting ting, what's up, tall tingers? Ting-a-ling, bruh. Ting-a-ling. What is she? Her name was a Jacko Tinger? What is that? It's like, hi, tall tingers. I'm a Jacko Tinger. I'm a jack-o'-lantern artist. Ting. Oh shit. All right. Well, look. Before we fucking do anything, let's do this, man. Let's do this. Let's oh, it's nighttime. It's nighttime. PvP, baby. Let's go. Not really. Okay, so once I get to once we land, all right, here's another thing I want to point out, right, as far as drop rates and accessibility. Now, let's see, go to craft. So here's an example. So in Dro, you and I have discussed this. Not gonna lie, that dungeon was starting to make me dizzy. Yeah. You learn that meat drops at night in Great Call Village. What? I'll show you some meat. I'll swing my meat like Giannis dropping 60. Does that look familiar? Oh shit. Okay, so here, this is what I want to. This is another thing I want to point out, and I think this is absolutely disgusting. Okay. All right, Sorcerer's Cape. Fucking the Sorcerer's Cape, right? I want the Sorcerer's Cape, right? This is like as you're leveling up, okay? Well, how can I get the Sorcerer's Cape? It only drops from a desperate zombie or the enchanted mutant, which is only available during the dynamic event, which happens when? So you're like, oh, okay, so I can sit there and I can target farm it. When does the Ruins of Terrain event happen? Right? When does it happen? So we're looking. Terrain, Ruins of Terrain. And looks like I'm shit out of luck. It's not happening today. So, oh well, it looks like I have to kind of like, you know, gamble my time and see if it pops on tomorrow, you know? But this is my point, fam, okay? This is my point. My point is that if you really want this, there's only two places to get it. Why not allow any of the undead in the Ruins of Terrain drop it, but you give desert zombies a higher chance, right? I don't know, like for me, that would kind of make sense, right? Like that would kind of make sense. Same thing here. Night Slayer. Same thing, man. You know? I don't know. Like, to me, this just screams like, and what it does, because the accessibility is so limited, you're like, man, well, I just want to farm and get the traits, right? So I have a one-to-one exchange, right? So I have a one-to-one exchange so I can add the 3 traits on. So then when I upgrade that into my purple item, I have the additional blessings, so I don't necessarily have to look for a one-to-one exchange when I'm in purple, right? I just need another cape that doesn't have to be the same specific cape, and I can just use my blessings in order to add that trait on. But no, the devs don't want you to do that. Well, no, they want you to waste your time and get frustrated, okay? They want to limit a player's accessibility to these items dropping in the open world, and they want to frustrate you to the point where you have to then go to funnel you into the auction house and just straight up buy the trait. I should be looking for a purple piece. What, you mean this piece right here? So, like, I'm using that cloak as an example. Those cloaks on the top of the list. No, the other purple in that list. Yeah, Dark Enforcers. Yeah, so again, I don't necessarily have a problem with the Dark Enforcer, like, I don't really have a problem with an epic item, okay, being focused on one enemy type, right? I would prefer, right, but okay, let's rewind, all right? When you're first of all, I gotta move away from this laughing jackass. That hoe was getting annoying. Okay. These hoes. I don't have a problem per se with an epic item, with a purple item, only having one boss. Right? I don't have a problem per se. I would prefer that there be, you know, like, here's a solution. Instead of just the Dark Enforcer, because those are the stats you'd really like to equip. No, but you're not understanding what I'm saying. You can just put on a piece of purple gear and then roll with it once you get it, right? But you set yourself up for more success. And again, it's the cost of your time, and it's the cost of a grind by taking a blue item, leveling it up all the way with the blue growth stones, as well as fusing 3 traits on it. The traits that you use in the blue doesn't matter, in my opinion, right? Because they don't carry over when you infuse that top level blue into your purple. And because of the grind, because of the amount of resources and time it takes just to make a purple growth stone, even though it's a pain point for blues, it's a lot less for the blues. So you give yourself, by focusing on the blues first, maxing them up, as well as putting the traits on, not only are you getting an initial bump when you fuse it into your purple, but having those 3 traits increase your blessings, so you don't need to get the Ancient Tapestry Mantle drop specifically to do a 1-for-1 transfer. By having those blessings, you're able to get another cloak with the trait that you want and then transfer it over. Right? Does that make sense? So, you know, from my conversations and what I've read, and from people communicating me in chat when I first started playing, that seems to be like the general mindset. Right? I mean, same thing here. So this is only from the secret dungeon. So this is when you have to run the dungeon, right? Here, Junaboat, only from the guild raid, right? So if you like this, max health, damage reduction. So this looks, I mean, really any class can use this. So yeah, so here's, right, so Juno Boat, right? But that's the thing with world bosses, is that these world bosses, okay, these world bosses are, you know, they only spawn, you have to rearrange your entire schedule to, like, catch these bosses, right? And that's just part of it. You know, you just have to look up and kind of adjust your logins. You know, it's not, again, it's not convenient. I know, there's the whale. He's having a whale of a time. Right? It's just like you can't just casually log on and play. You kind of either A, have to get lucky that it's spawning and not a conflict if you don't feel like dealing with the PvP, right? Or you're part of a guild that is big enough that has Junaboat unlocked, right? So that now we're talking about the guild gating aspect to the game, right? So it's just like when you have this conversation, right? Like you could say, oh, but you can do this and you can farm this and you can do that. But it's all like imagine like a stick figure, right? And it's like you're always having to like hurdle something, right? You're always having to hurdle something. It's never like just a straight path. And I'm not saying that like the stick figure has to have, walk on easy street. It should have to like zigzag and stuff. But like for every activity that you do, for there to be a hurdle, especially like when you get to the guild gate, like my head is now the hurdle, right? Here's the stick figure and I'm the guild, right? Like that's huge, right? So out of the gate, casual solo experience is like you're shooting yourself in the foot. And a $5,000 greatsword on the auction house. Now look, just to prove everyone that I'm not a fucking hater, I'm not saying games, developers, studios, you shouldn't use a pay-to-win business model. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it. And I'm not saying that players that functioning inside that pay-to-win, the auction house, the marketplace, that you shouldn't get paid either, But here's the thing. The studio shows its true colors, right? And some might say, well, of course they'll do this. But don't think that NC Soft is pulling a white knight by like, we're stopping RMTs. This is an egregious behavior and it undermines the integrity of our game and the auction house and the marketplace inside Throne of Liberty. No, you are not a white knight. You are not standing up for integrity. You are trying to eliminate individuals that are looking to circumvent and undermine your bottom line and the profits that you receive from the purchase of Lucent, because they're able to farm Lucent and then sell that at a lower price than what you offer in the shop. So that directly affects your bottom line. That is why you are enforcing bans and being diligent on against those executing RMTs, not because you're looking to maintain the integrity of the game. Yeah. And the drops are controlled by the guild. So, yes and no. Because if you recall, like in our guild, the guild leadership has the ability, which was originally set when we did our first guild runs, and I believe it's also applicable for guild run open world. I think it can be switched as well. I'm not positive on it though. I want to say that in an open world, the 5,000 GS was definitely acquired by a top 3 guild. Right, so regardless of who acquired it. But this is my point. My point is that in guild run activities, like when you we do our guild raids once per week, right? Which is not nearly enough opportunities, right? Like that should be doubled, right? Whatever our 6, 7, 8, whatever level we're allotted should be doubled, right? That's not enough runs for a guild to conveniently get access to those bosses. It's not enough, right? Like that's egregious right there, okay? But within the capacity of how we do our runs, the drops can just drop to the person who receives it, right? or like how we have it set up, it goes directly to the guild. You see, like you would, it identifies the player who receives it, but then the drop goes directly to the guild, and then the guild says, okay, do you want it? Yes, fine. Then they give it to you. If not, then people roll for it democratically. You know, is rolling democratic? People roll on it to, you know, give everyone a fair shot. It's just a roll of the dice. Whoever has the higher roll gets awarded if they have interest. Seven drops at 70 member max guild covers 10% a week. 10% of what? Well, I understand. 7 drops. So, okay. So 7 drops at 70 members max guild covers 10% a week. So what you're trying to, what are you trying to say about the 10%? I think that's weak as fuck, dude. If doubled, it'd be like 20. Well, if it was doubled, it'd be 14, right? And that would be 20%. Yeah, and it would increase. So what would you rather see? Would you rather have a 1 out of 10 chance or a 2 out of 10 chance? Or a 3 out of 10 chance? Or a 4 out of 10 chance? Like, what's the appropriate number, right? Like, I think it's obvious that the drop rates need to be increased across the board, but in talking specifically, 20% or 20 drops? 20% drop rate across the board for guild raids, or 20 drops percent? So you're just looking to have it doubled? Okay, so that's one part of the equation, right? And then the second part of the equation is how the drops are distributed. They're based upon contribution, and then there's the distribution pool, right? The secondary pool. And then again, that leads back to time investment in the luck of someone's RNG, right? Or if they circumvented all of that and they just swiped, got lucent, and they were able to power level themselves up more quickly, or they were to benefit a positive RNG, they never swiped, they used the marketplace, they sold the item, they received lucent, and they were able to power level quickly, right? So that puts those two type of players in an immediate advantage because of how everything funnels through the auction house, because of the overall abysmal drop rates and how everything functions inside the game in regards to like crafting and resource acquisition, right? Lack of accessibility, poor drop rates. So those two type of players will have immediate advantage because the more damage that you do via DPS or heals is going to increase your chances of getting that drop, such as when we do our guild runs. And if you receive a drop as that top contributor, yes, you are eliminated, but then it's just left to anyone else that has a higher power level that was able to achieve that, and then they're the ones that will benefit from the secondary pool. So the question is, how long would you like for everyone to get a drop? Once a week, once a month, or 10 weeks? Well, certainly not fucking 10 weeks, dude. You know? Guild-wise? I'm not here to like manipulate RNG, right? I'm not here to manipulate RNG. I don't agree with how the person who does, okay. I don't disagree, like I did the most damage, ergo, right? Ergo, I have the higher chance of getting the drop, right? Because if you're like a main player and everyone else in the guild that's participating is just a casual player, and you're at 3,000 power and they're at 2,500 power, if you consistently have that uptick to receive the higher drop rate, is that fair? Like, yes, you are rewarded for your time and dedication, but relative to your guild members that predominantly are just here to chill, have fun, and playing casually, is that really like the best way to distribute the wealth? You know? So there should be, even though that top contributor doesn't get a chance to access the secondary pool, the secondary pool shouldn't involve like your power level or how much damage or how much heals that you did. I think that secondary pool, like there should guarantee at least 2 drops, right? If you want to function within the system of how it currently is, the first drop using a guild raid, for example, okay, or open world boss, or really anytime you find a fucking boss, right? I'll blanket statement here. Functioning within the way the system works, the main contribution pool, there's always a drop. In the secondary pool, there's always a drop. There's always a chance for an additional drop in the contribution pool, which will go to not the person who did the highest, but perhaps the second highest, okay? And the secondary pool would probably have like at least 3 drops, okay? At least 3. So like guaranteed top contributor is going to get a drop. Well, not guaranteed, but will have the highest probability to get the main contribution drop, right? Doesn't mean they're guaranteed, but they have a very high probability, right? And then the person does the second most damage, etc., etc. So guarantee 1 drop for those people participating that hit those metrics. And then there's also a secondary drop for whoever's like that. The second, third, fourth highest contributors have a higher probability to get than the rest of the group. So that's like the top tier. Below that, you have at least 3 other drops, okay, that are just awarded unilaterally, regardless of what you contributed, right? As long as you did damage or healed or applied a debuff, like a tank would, for example, right? There'll be 3 drops for everyone else. Now, you can even say that the number of people participating, those would scale. So like at the very minimum, it would be 1 and 1, right? And then once you get above 10 contributors, it would be like maybe like 1 and 2, right? If you're at 11, 12. And then maybe when you get to like 20 plus, then it's 2 and 3. You feel me? I think that would be a real equitable way of of like dispersing loot, especially within like a guild environment. They should keep the boss count, double the loot drop. I say fuck that shit. Implement the system that I just recommended and double the boss count. And double the boss count. Because if you're doing that inside a guild, these open worlds, like that's only for like guild specifics, right? If you're and then perhaps It takes so long to go through 14 bosses. Yeah, but you have the whole week. You have the whole week. You have the whole week, and you only do what you can, right? And you can also have it where, let's say, I'm not able to participate. Like, let's say there's 14 bosses, right? When's reset in this game? I forget off the top of my head. When's reset? So let's say resets on a Monday. Okay? Resets on a Monday, right? So you have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Okay? Let's just say you do guild night Wednesday night and you do it Saturday night. Okay? We're going to do 7 Wednesday. We're going to do as many as we can Wednesday and as many as we can, right? Or however you want to do it. Everyone in the guild has a chance, has like 14 chances. So if half the fucking guild misses out on doing the runs, right? Then they could just get together and like do their runs on day 2, for example. That's another way that you could flex it out. Yeah, it gets some more flexibility. I'm just kind of like, I'm kind of spitballing here. You know, I'm never one to just say, oh man, these drop rates suck, and just like criticize, but not like come up with a solution or a new system on how things can change for the better. You know what I'm saying? Right. The math, he got me on the maps. You know? Yeah, so I think that's kind of like, that's what really puzzles. Here, let me do this. Let me do this, and we'll bring this up. I have to give me a second here. Give me a second, people. Give me a second, people. Give me a second. All right, here we go. All right, I'm going to do a screen share. Then Giannis will come in and prove me wrong. All right, so here's a screen share. All right, here's a screen share. And where's my beautiful face at? All right, here I am. Okay. Might as well throw my overlays on too. Okay. Now, this is something that I posted in our guild chat that people just fucking overlooked it. But this is the most, like, anytime you're gaming, right? Like this right here, this right here is the truth, right? This is what you have to conceptualize in your head as you're playing the game and when you're digesting everything that I've just been saying for an hour and 45 minutes. Okay? Texan versus Cowgirls is Prescott's out, right? I'll take the Texans and the over. Is it in Texas? Is it in Texas? Where is it? Is it in Dallas or is it in Houston? At Dallas? All right. Then I'll take the Texans and the under then. Texans in the under. Ship it. All right. Ship it. I'll tell you what. After you hit that parlay, it's gonna be like this. All right. So loot distribution rules, FYI, for you Throne and Liberty noobs or players that have been in the dark, or even like you veterans out there. No. You want this. But I'll tell you what, take the Texas and the under, baby. It's a fucking lock. Anyway, loot distribution rules. Okay. Two things you got to understand here. Contribution. Contribution is earned by doing damage against the enemy and healing friendly players in battle while said enemy is active. Contribution from healing is acquired for healing players both in and out of your party when participating in guild level events, field bosses. Okay. Event items. Loot dropped during dynamic events that is collected to turn in for event progress. For example, wolf tails in the wolf hunting event. Ting ting. So general activities, this is like fucking everything, right? Open world farming, abyss dungeon farming, quests, contracts, dynamic events, co-op dungeons excluding the final reward chest, and all the applicable enemies inside general activities, normal elite, party elite. These are the distribution rules. When an enemy dies, loot is assigned to the player who first earned contribution, dealt damage in this case to said enemy. Okay? If the player is in a group, the loot is assigned to the player's party instead. In this case, the drops from the enemy have equal chance of distribution across all party members. The only exception is party members that have no contribution and are out of range will be excluded from the drop pool. All items are evenly distributed when possible. This means if there are 10 items dropped for a party of 5, each player should receive 2 items. If the distribution is not possible, it will randomly select players to receive an extra drop. All solid, aka gold and experience, are distributed evenly. Okay, so like, here's the thing, man. Let's say you're in, well, I don't know. I don't really, but when an enemy first dies, loot is assigned to the player who first earned contribution, right? Dealt damage in this case to the said enemy. Okay. So, if I'm by myself and I first tagged an enemy in open world farming, in abyss dungeon farming, on a quest, on a contract, on a dynamic event, or in a co-op dungeon, okay, against any normal elite or party elite, I'm the one who's getting the loot. But if I'm in a group, it all goes to the party. The drops from the enemy have an equal chance of distribution across all party members, okay? The only exception are party members that have no contribution and are out of range. So you always want to like tag. It's not just tagging, but you, more importantly, you want to stay in range with your party if you're doing any of these general activities. And then all the items are distributed evenly when possible. So this means that there are 10 items dropped, a party of 5. Each player should receive 2 items. I don't really feel... Okay. First of all, I don't really feel in like, if I've been in party of 5, that like 10 items are always dropping, right? And if they do, I only feel like I'm either getting none or like 1 item. And then sometimes I'll get like 3 or 4 items. So it just seems like it's never consistent. Okay, here's the big one too. Peace mode bosses and guild raids. So these are the field bosses and arch bosses. When a peace mode field boss dies, all players are sorted by individual player contribution. A guild's overall contribution does not play a role for peace mode bosses and guild raids. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay? So the focus here is on individual player contribution when we do our guild raids runs, for example. Okay? Players must meet a minimum contribution to be eligible to receive loot from the boss. Now, in that line, it doesn't tell you what the minimum fucking contribution is, right? You can only guess. It kind of alludes to what it is as we read on, but it should, what is the minimum contribution? Like 1 point of damage? I don't know. Okay. Number 3, there are 2 drop types that come from these peace mode bosses. Contribution drops. Each item is distributed based on chance according to individual contribution. And then there's the random drop. Each item is randomly provided only to remaining players who did not receive one of the contribution drops. Okay? So that is like a flag right there and says that there will be at least 2 contribution drops. A single player is only eligible to receive one of these drops. In other words, a single player cannot receive more than one epic equipment item from a single boss encounter. Fair enough. So here's an example. Let's assume that a field boss drops the following loot when defeated. Okay? It drops a sword, it drops a mask, and 1,000 solent that is in the contribution drop pool. In the random drop, it's a pair of boots. Okay? Assuming you've met the minimum contribution requirement described above, right? Which doesn't tell you what the minimum contribution is. If your contribution was 3% of the total contribution, you would have a 3% chance of acquiring either the sword or the mask. All players that met the minimum contribution requirement would have an equal chance to acquire the boots, regardless of total contribution. Any player who receives epic equipment is unable to attain a second piece of epic equipment from the same boss kill. So it's basically saying, Dro, if I was number 1 in DPS, if I was number 1 in contribution, let's say I did 20% of the contribution, okay? And you did 10% of the contribution. I would automatically be eligible. Okay. I would have a 20% chance of getting the contribution drop of sword or mask. Okay. If I didn't receive that, then I would have an equal chance to get the boots. So if I didn't get the sword, let's say you got the sword, right? And then whoever had the next highest contribution would have the higher probability of getting the mask. Again, it's not a guarantee, it's just a higher probability of getting it. Then they would receive that. But none of you would be eligible to get the boots. Even though I had the highest, I didn't get awarded a contribution drop despite doing 20% of the DPS, which gave me the highest contribution. I would be equal amongst everyone to get the boots, and let's say I don't even get the fucking boots. So this is my point from before, right? So the second pool is fairer. Well, it's like, it's fairer, right? But at the same time, it just proves my point where the only way that you're going, it's not just being like good at the game and being mechanically fluent as you're doing your rotations, right? It's if you're player A or player B and have the time, and I'm not saying you shouldn't be rewarded, but by funneling your progress, the way the game funnels a player's progress through the auction house, instead of just relying on like players to invest time and level up organically, instead of the auction house being a point of convenience as opposed to what it is, which is a point of necessity, it creates an atmosphere that, in my opinion, unfairly makes people more powerful than they should be. Yeah, it's damage and healing, but what's if you're a tank? Which is surprising because you, out of all people, were in a tank role, and I doubt very much you were doing a lot of damage, okay? And you actually got 2 of the 7 drops. Now that's just like chance right there. That's just luck. That's just RNG, you know? But there's no language in here that protects anyone who isn't a DPS or a healer, which is a tank role, right? Because ideally, tanks really shouldn't be focusing, like, they'll get their hits in when they can, but they'll never be able to put out the heals and damage that traditionally a healer or DPS role will. No. Nope. Nope. Peace mode bosses and guild raids. Field bosses and arch bosses. These are the rules across the board for any guild activity. Now, I'm not going to go, like, there's the conflict mode bosses, but that's PvP. I'm not going to waste time on that. Okay. And you can read some of these reactions. This makes who have better equips get the donut, and who don't have get nothing. Literally the worst part about your game. I'm going to say the West don't get it, and the West don't want it. And that the stupid loot bragging pop-ups, otherwise great game. And this is why I deleted a game if I go to dungeon to farm contract. Here comes the high gear to kill me. And if I do world bosses, high gear gets the loot while I get nothing. Here's person. So how do you address the rich getting richer? If the people who have all the best gear keep getting it, how are the rest of us supposed to get up to their level? So that's an interesting question. Yeah, that must mean I hit on that second pull twice then. Well, no, not necessarily. No. You got the, because it was only like one drop. That's the whole thing, right? Like, we're not getting 2 drops every boss. This is just how the drops are sorted, right? There's no language in here that said, like, just think about it. If there was always a guaranteed contribution drop and a guaranteed random drop, we'd be getting 2 in our guild raids. Every boss, there'd be two purple drops. It's just saying if there are 2 or more drops, or actually, it's not even saying that. It's just saying, like, if the game decides to drop loot, it will drop loot in this fashion. It could be 1 drop that could be function as a contribution drop. It could be 1 drop that function as a random drop. It could be, I would say, like, if it's 1 drop, it's always a contribution drop. If it's 2 or more drops, most likely it's a contribution and then a random drop. See how it's vague in that respect? You know? See how it's vague in that respect? The game should just work like in every fucking field boss or arch boss, peace mode bosses and guild raids against field bosses and arch bosses. There is always a minimum of 1 contribution drop and 1 random drop. No, I wouldn't say that at all. It's looking like 2 drops are for world bosses exclusively. It's just it's explaining its system on how it assigns loot when it does drop, but it doesn't specify how much loot drops during a given activity. Right. But just because you have the highest contribution doesn't guarantee that you will get it. It just gives you a higher probability of earning the drop. So what I'm puzzling out, in your case, when you got it, you contributed whatever the minimum was. Again, it doesn't define what the minimum is, but if you put me on the witness stand and said, what is the minimum contribution? I think it's just doing damage to the fucking boss. That's just as long as you do initial damage or heal in any way, that's the minimum contribution. You're eligible to be included in the RNG algorithm when everything is said and done. And what happened with you not being anywhere near the top of the class as far as contribution via DPS or heals specifically, it just RNG just blessed you, and your name got picked out of a hat twice in a row. It says that there are 2 drops that come from bosses, line 3. There are 2 drop types. There are 2 drop types. There are 2 drop types that come from peace mode bosses. Contribution drop, where each item is distributed based on chance according to individual contribution, and random drops. Each item is randomly provided only to remaining players who do not receive one of the contribution drops. A single player is only eligible to receive one of these drops. In other words, a single player cannot receive more than 1 epic equipment item from a single boss encounter. Make sense? See, like, you've noticed in game that world bosses are dropping 2 loots. Okay. So why in a world boss scenario, but not in a guild raid scenario, are we not? Why isn't there parity, right? Why, in your experience, you go to a world boss, there's always that contribution loot drop, and then there's always the random drop loot drop? How come in our guild raids, right, we're not getting the same flex? Right? Is it because there's more participants and that's true. Seen that way, guild bosses, our loot drops are halved. But I mean, it's like, shouldn't that be the benefit of being in a guild, is that I don't have, I decrease my chances, by focusing on my guild and playing with my friends. I should be rewarded as opposed to going out, against 100 other people during a peace mode boss and just like getting a fucking, a 1 in 100 chance of getting a contribution drop, or a, not even a 1 in 100 chance, because who knows if I'm doing all the DPS. Yeah, but yeah. So we should get on our hands and knees and thank the devs for, that's a convenient way of our time. I'm sorry, it's not good enough, man. It's not good enough. Explain to me how not guaranteeing a contribution drop every boss and a random drop every boss, whether it's an exclusive guild run, inside or outside, because you can do a guild run, you can do a fucking guild run in the open world, right? But even if you say, okay, let's just separate them, peace mode bosses and guild raids, okay, where does it say here in the distribution rules, why don't they add guaranteed 2 drops, guaranteed contribution drop and random drop with peace mode bosses, half of that during guild raids. Why not just specify it here? Why not be fucking transparent? Why not just tell us exactly what the drops are? You know what I mean? It's like, don't treat your community like a bunch of fucking sheep that you can herd and manipulate and, like, you know, ultimately lead to the slaughter, man. You know? Is there rules on guild raids below? No, it just goes into the conflict mode bosses. And that's it. And I don't want to read the rule distributions for PvP because it's not applicable to the point that I'm trying to drive. But there's no rules on the guild raids below. There's nothing in game or through their website or specifically in this article that they published, okay, that gives you more information. Yeah, there's no guild raid rules outlined in this post. So it's like, because of the way, yeah, it says guild raids. Right there. Yes. And then it tells you who the applicable enemies are. Field bosses and arch bosses. Just like up here, general activities. Tells you what it defines, what all the general activities are, and then all the applicable enemies inside the general activity. So yeah, it does feel like less than 1% though. Yeah. So there you have it. That's the breakdown right there. And that's just like, with all of that being said, it's like the system is set up to be so limiting and so frustrating for elite gear, right? For purple gear, right? When it doesn't have to be like that, right? Well, we are testing it. You can go to the guild right now and look at the distribution. Look at all the rate. I think it doesn't delete anything. You can go back and see all the bosses that we've done and see the drops. It doesn't show you who, like, you know, like one question, like, I don't know, maybe like a guild leader can see it. Maybe there's like information like that, you know, there's like metrics that like a guild leader or leadership in the guild have access to. But I'm curious to see like who did, like, you should be able to see who did what, right? And then based upon that data, you can see how the system that they're advertising here, you can see how it's truly implemented. Well, I'm just talking about in guild raids. To do all the world bosses, I'm not, like, come on, dude. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure there's someone out there doing all the map. I'm sure there's like there's someone out there doing that. Like, that's not, for me, that's not where I'm here to have the conversation and have people, you know, and have people who have expertise and statistics and like you know, data mining that information. I'd love to speak with someone who, you know, who does that, you know. Yeah, the rate is bullshit. I'll tell you that right now. I don't need a fucking statistician as a guest host here or on the 0 Hour podcast to tell me that the drop rates are dog shit, which is why I started the whole stream saying, despite the ways that you can go about target farming specific things, at the end of the day, the drop rates suck. And it's not, oh, Sloop, you just need to farm more, or you just need to target here more specifically, or, you know, it is what it is. Like, no. Like, if that's how you want to accept a product that comes out from these developers, then I think that you are now part of the problem, right? Because you can design a game in a way that involves a grind that functions in a pay-to-win business model, right? That has an open marketplace, but you can also value a player's time and just have items be more accessible, drop rates more realistic, resources more accessible, and drop rates instead of resources higher. Unless someone comes to me with the data and proves me wrong, which you can't, because there are other games out there that are pay to win that have been around twice as long, 5 times as long, 10 times as long. Cough, cough, Warframe from Digital Extremes. Okay? Unless you can show me the data that proves me wrong, I'm not going to accept that my standpoint and the soapbox that I'm on right now is wrong by any fucking measure. All it tells me is that the developers are fucking greedy and that they're just looking for the best way to funnel people into the marketplace, to function in the market, whether it be them swiping or having to progress by like selling shit in the market. Listen, the best way to get an odd lot trader into the market is to give them stock, right? Because as they see the price of their stock fluctuate, it creates that fever, and you want to trade more, and you want to trade at a higher volume. So now I'll be more invested in the game. I don't care how these drop rates function based upon what we just read. I just want to get some type of drop that I can extract a trade from and participate in the marketplace. And then you start getting that fever. And it's like, man, I'm not getting it there. I'm not getting there fast enough. All of a sudden FOMO kicks in. And then you end up fucking finally swiping. They'll get you somehow. It's just the predatory nature of how this particular system functions, if not pay to win overall. The only way that it is not predatory is that the developers consciously put the fucking brakes on and allow the community to progress in a way, and this is crazy, that doesn't directly support them. Instead, by increasing the satisfaction and the fun factor in the game, you will indirectly funnel people into the shop to purchase Lucent, either to progress for convenience or, more realistically, purchase skins and other items that they find fun, aesthetic-wise, and cheeky, that just accentuates their game playing experience, right? I don't think like the slap, direct, quick cash grab, funnel us into the marketplace and let that be the sole source and like priority progression hub. I don't think that is healthy development for contemporary online gaming. I think it's fucking disgusting. And now that doesn't mean that I'm gonna stop playing Throne of Liberty. What it does mean is that it lowers my threshold and my respect level, right? And it definitely decreases the time I'm willing to invest. Because to be honest with you, Dro, everyone in the Sloop gaming community, everyone in the Throne of Liberty community, all online gaming community. All I want to do, especially in the case of Throne and Liberty, I just want to log on, enjoy the environment. If a drop comes, fine, right? But I'm there to like hang out with my boy Dro. I'm there to hang out with other guildies, meet new players, enjoy the content that's in there, although the end game is kind of limiting, to be honest with you, right? But it's not a huge pain point. Like, I'm not going to allow the systems in place to be a pain point because it's not a, because I'm not like maining the game. I don't like, haha, you didn't fucking fool me, dude. You know, like, I see what you're trying to do from a business perspective, and I'm not playing that game. That's just a conscious decision that I'm making. I'm not making the decision for anyone else out, any other gamer out there. You can decide upon yourself, you know. Or the conversation can go change the loot drop system itself, which is like the first point that I made. Well said, Dro. This is the first point that I made. Like, the loot drop system, like, this isn't some, like, you know, grassroots noob studio. Like, they're fucking paired with Amazon Games. This is like, you know, multi-billion-dollar corporate conglomerate that they're part of, right? And NCSoft, this isn't like, you know, this game has been in production. You know, people have been like strategizing and developing for fucking years, man. You know, it's not like they just rushed this game to market, like, you know, like Once Human, for example. That's my Once Human jab, but I love Once Human. You know, I want that game to do so well, but it's like, maybe we'll do a Once Human stream tomorrow. We'll get back into that. But anyway, as you can see, I haven't even I visited my Amatoy house, which I have to go back to because I put him out for an hour, right? There's so much discussion to be had. Ramen time? All right, peace out, Dro. Hey, Dro, keep me tabbed up if you can, baby. Appreciate it, man. You know, like, there's so much discussion to be had, guys, you know? And it's just like, let's go remember, Texans in the under.
Indeed.
Yeah, so that's exhausting talking about it, right? It's exhausting talking about it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a break. And then when I come back, we're actually going to play some video games. Imagine that. Imagine a gaming stream where the streamer actually plays the game. But great conversation with my boy Dro. Anyone lurking in the back, you know, soak it all in. You don't have to, you know, type in chat, but I love to get your thoughts. Also, the drops. I didn't even mention the fucking drops. 2 hours, 4 hours. Here, let's put those drops in, baby. Right? What are the fucking drops? I don't even know. So 2 hours, you get 50 ornate coins. 4 hours, you get 100. 8 hours, you get 300 ornate coins. Live it, love it, know it. Unfortunately, YouTube fam, yeah, no, nothing for you. No soup for you on YouTube. But Twitch fam, yeah, you get the goods for hanging out, and that's where we're at, man. So, I'm actually just gonna minimize this. And I've been logged out for extended inactivity. How about that shit? That's some crazy shit right there. So we'll get us back on. There we go. right, so we're just gonna stay on this screen. All right, I will BRB, and when I come back, we'll do a little grinding, guys. All right, let's see if the talk is the talk or we're walking and walking. Look who's here. Look who's here. Whoa, whoa, easy now. Easy. Easy. Look who's here. Say hi, chat. Say hi, Shax. Yeah. Shax is a good cat. He was a little sick. He had a little sneezy, little sniffles. But he's better today. He's all good today. Very vocal. No wheezy. Yeah. Shax is a good cat. Say hi. Say hi. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. 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 Wow. A lot of kisses, huh? Wow. Wow. You like me or something. Little stinky. Yeah. Give Shaq some pets before we start, guys. That's good? We're good? We're good? Put you on the couch? Alright, we're gonna put you on the couch. Now I say he comes back at least twice. At least twice. One. That's two. No. Go to sleep. No. No. Go to sleep. Shax. No! Not on. No! Oh my lord, Shax? Shax, you son of a gun. Get off of me. Ugh. God. Sneezy. Alright. No. Go lay down. No. No. No, I'm not playing right now. You occupy me all day. No. All right, so wait a second. So again,
Every night, lichens appear in the forest over there. Be careful. Oh, wow! You must be really skilled to come all the way out to such a dangerous place. Take care.
see, you should be able to have that going too. So. So there's an example right there. I didn't even get like a baby stone from that boss. Like, give me a stone, you know? Like, why can't you just drop a stone on me right there? Oh wow. Okay.
This is just a small token of my sincerity. Don't forget to take it.
Uh-oh, Shax, you want to go out? Alright, hold on, buddy. Hold on, buddy. I got you. I got you. We gotta go to a safe place. I got you. I got you. Kitties first. Hi. Say hi. Whoa. Shaq, say hi. Say hi. Say hi. Let him get a good look at you. Oh. 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 I know you want to play, but I'm playing though. I'm playing. You gotta let me play. Okay. Okay, you good? Good. Come on. He was starting to whine. He was starting to meow. So he either he wanted to be let outside of my office so he can play with his brothers and sisters, or he wanted, you know, to monopolize all of my time. Oh, shit. Yo, that guy just fucking one hit that dude. No. Did not want to do that. Okay. What's up, chat? Twitch chat, YouTube chat. It says there's all this stuff here. I don't see any of it. This is what I mean. now it's a goddamn conflict zone. Like, are you kidding me? So that's what, 20 minutes? It's just like, it's just something I'm just not interested in it. You know what I mean?
You can expect reliability from the story.
Hey, adventurer. Might you be interested in a contract?
And it's, look, it's every boonstone. So for 20 minutes, you know, it's just like, fuck it, right? 20 minutes where, you know, PvE players are affected because of a PvP activity. Just have your own PvP fucking activity, man. You know? Well, you don't need me.
You're welcome to have a look around. Items may be low, but I still have a wide assortment. Choose as you will.
There you go. Look, why couldn't you just join my fucking party, dude? fucking idiot. Why isn't anybody grouping up here? Fucking idiots. If we all grouped up and killed the enemies, we can fucking get up there. Why is everyone so dead set on getting over here? What? Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me, dude. See, and this is what I'm talking about. I'm logging on as a casual player. I'm just trying to do this shit. Oh no, you should be aware. Come on, man. Look at this. Look at this bullshit. Fucking stupid.
You scared me.
Whoa! How are you still a
Doesn't drop anything. Give me a fucking mushroom. You're telling me the fucking boss man doesn't have a mushroom? Nothing. Mana recording device. Gather mushrooms. In here. There's something there.
Yes, indeed. This is the sundry store.
It's just like getting interrupted by PvP in the co-op dungeon. I can't farm it. Then someone calling a fucking eclipse, and I'm just trying to finish 2 contracts. It's like, this is the stuff that is gonna turn off the majority of the player base. You know what I mean? I don't even want to play anymore. You know, and I'm not. So this is what happens. We end the stream. We're not upset. It's frustrating, but we just end the stream, and you know, we'll log back on later if we want. But you just lost player retention from a PvE perspective because of what we just saw right there. It's a waste of my time. It's a waste of my time. You know, so enjoy, guys, enjoy. And look at all the people in here. You know, like, who are you trying to trap? Who are you trying to trap with that? Gigante. There's the whale. So, you know, I'm good, man. I'm good. We will do this, though. Let's go here.
Keen weapon. We have lots. I'm in a good mood today. Let's spend all these coins.
There we go. So we had enough for the pouch. So let's see what we got, right? With that limited farming and interruption, we'll do this real quick. We got some lithograph items. Right? So yeah, sure. We'll add it. Okay. We got these. Gold and all that stuff. Okay. Here's the pouch. No epic items, but we got some more scrolls. We'll check out the traits. Max health. Okay. We got 2 max healths. Crossbow and daggers. Okay.
It's also important to think about what you want to
and then obviously the materials. So look, we didn't, because of the way everything is, like, we only got 70 of these, right? And what does 70 do? What does 70 do? It makes 6.
It's also important to think about what you want to craft yourself and what to trade.
No, it makes 1, 50, 60.
See you again.
10, 11, 12. Makes 14.
Do you belong to a guild?
You there, adventurer. You're looking for Artisan Turner's armor. You're not a typical adventurer, are you?
$14. So it gave us 14. So yeah, so let's just, shoot the moon. Okay. And then we go here. So 14, like, and here, that's what that does. So it didn't, it doesn't even get us once around. All that time. So 4 hours. If now again, I'll call it 2 hours. I'll call it 2 hours for that. Getting interrupted. Now, if we weren't getting interrupted by the PvP, okay? If you're in there with the functional group,
You've put in storage.
it's still not enough. Increase the drop rates. It's still not enough. So that's where we're at. I'm done. Exit game. Right? Exit the fucking game, yo. There you go. I don't care. GG's, everybody. Have a great night. Go Texans. Good luck, Dro.